So, not really. Well, kinda. Different tired from usual. This time I just woke up really early. Oh my. $267 retries on that extra stage. Really? Oh, that's including practice. Wish my chair was more compatible with my desk. It's kind of uncomfortable to use sometimes. I feel so slow now. Oh, that is a lot harder to do. Oh, but now I got spread. Whoops. Yeah, you know, I think I'm just gonna retry. Rather not take a death like that. It's kind of dumb. You know, I'm sure I could clear anyways, but rather not just leave it off like that. How are you doing today? I'm doing pretty alright. Doing good. Thanks for the congrats. Rika, or Rika. Shop did I use? I used oh, I forgot to update my thing. I used Marisa A. I've never been really used to using a Marisa shot, but she seemed to work really well. Now I'm just doing it with other characters. Not the NNN, of course. I'm not. It's hard enough to do it with one. I'm not ready to do it with more. I'm probably gonna use Marisa when I go to do Phantasm, No Bomb, and NNN as well. I feel like does dialogue ever change between different shot types, at least in the earlier games? Because I know it'll obviously change between characters, but I feel like there might be like slight changes depending on whether you're using like A or B, but I'm not sure. Oh, whoops. Because I remember doing 1cc, and between A and B, I feel like there was a slight change in the Letty dialogue. Play all Japanese and everything. That makes sense. I really gotta warm up back to the stage. I did well yesterday, and today, well, it's very clear I ain't doing too hot, but I really doubt I won't be able to, like, clear and stuff like that. It's so good to no longer have the stress of an NNN run. Now it's... Siege is a lot less annoying now. It still sucks, but I mean, like, I'm not trying to do it without dying or bombing, so it's whatever. Oh, that lasted a while. It doesn't? I know in some later games it does, because there's, like, actual differences, aside from just how they shoot. Because I know in SA, you have the different teams. And I know in DDC, it changes slightly, because sometimes... Because they won't use the, like, the cursed items or whatever in the B shot types. Is there another? I feel like it might change in UFO, but I'm not sure. I could just be totally wrong on that one. I wouldn't be surprised. I don't know. For some reason, I had this feeling that Reimu A and B had slightly different New A dialogue, but I'm probably just imagining that. And I know in Wily Beast it definitely changes. Yeah, I think it might just be DDC, SA, and then Wily Beast. Think I'll go for LMB after Phantasm. Eventually, the thing is, I have yet to actually do a Lunatic 1cc. So I'm not 100% ready for that one. I kind of ended up doing extra stage NNNs a bit earlier than most. I mean, I'll eventually go for it, but I still need time for that. Totally do that. Yeah. I probably could, but before I want to touch Lunatic, I wanna go do 1cc's of every game on hard first. My original plan was very, like, I don't know what to call it. I had like a route for all of it. There was like, I do all the normal 1cc's, then I beat all the extra stages, then I do hard 1cc's, then I do all the extra stages without bombs, then I do Lunatic 1cc's, and then I do all the extra stages no miss, no bomb. That was originally the plan, but I randomly just decided to do this stage no bomb, and I felt like I could do it no miss, no bomb. And I have yet to actually do all the games on hard 1cc. I've only done 6, 7, 8, 9, and 4. I got to SA, kicked my butt a bit. I felt like going back here. Hard, Lunatic, LMB next game. I try to do like every game on one mode or whatever, and then move on. Which I tend to go in order, but I'm probably not gonna go in order when I do stuff like L and B. I'm gonna do the stuff I feel most familiar with. Same thing with extra stages. I definitely think I could do it if I tried, but I just haven't planned on doing it yet. This extra stage run started out like garbage, and then I kind of pick whatever I feel like. That's how I originally did it. Well, actually, it was like I wanted to beat everything on normal, and sometimes I'd skip around because stuff like LOL-K, 1cc, SA, and UFO, I couldn't even beat SA and UFO first time around. Stage 5 was too much for me at first. And then I went through all the ones that I could beat. I went back. Every once in a while, I just get a 1cc by luck. Like, EOSD, PCB, and IN, I just kind of got a 1cc. I didn't really practice for it. Which was, in a way, nice. But it also didn't really prepare me for when I actually had to practice for stuff, like Mountain of Faith 1cc. For the extra stages, I jumped around everywhere. I avoided some of them for a while. I'm trying to remember what my order was. It was like I did IN, Mountain of Faith, I think I did Wily Beast, Hidden Star. Actually, I could probably just go check. Oh yeah, I ran out of replay space, so I ended up moving all of them. I was 2 misses. Yeah, this run was painful for a first timer. Yeah, the SA was like, I really tried to beat it. Stages 1 through 4 were generally fine, but stage 5, I could not beat Orin. Stage 5 was very rough for me. And after enough time, I just decided to move on to the next game, which was UFO, which didn't treat me much better. Although I gave up a lot faster to move on to 10 Desires. I saw Show, I fought her like once or twice, and decided I'm not good enough yet. I decided I wasn't ready. Yeah, what was my order? I'm actually gonna check. Yeah, I did IN's extra stage first, which I actually did. I was planning on doing extra stages after I did all the 1cc's, but after I did double dealing character, I couldn't do LOL-K, but I thought I could do the IN extra stage. UFO needs a lot of stage rounding if you want to stand a chance. Definitely. I'm gonna have to do that when I go do it on hard. My normal, I didn't really have a great route for normal. It was mostly just grab a bunch of red UFOs from like stages 1 to 4, and then grab a bunch of green ones when I felt like I had enough lives so I could have enough bombs. And that was my whole route. It wasn't great, but I managed to do it. OBS says my mic is beeping or whatever. I'm sorry if it is. But when I go to do hard, I've heard hard UFO is on par with the easier lunatics, which scares me. I'm not sure how ready I am for that. Yeah, I failed LOL-K's. I couldn't even beat LOL-K my first time on Legacy, because I didn't understand how the life system worked. And even now that I do, I'm terrible at grazing. It took me like 10 hours to do that normal 1cc. And now I know that Clown Piece's second spell card has a much easier strategy than just doing it normally. You typically time it out, but you can... It's way easier than dealing with it the usual way. Yeah, I did IN, yeah, Mountain of Faith, Wily Beast, Hidden Star, and I had Perfect Cherry Blossom. I played Fantastic Danmaku Festival 1 and 2. I did that one. I did the extra stage for that, the second game, not the first one. And all the extra stages up till that point were fine in difficulty. And then I had to do Reiko. And in my opinion, Reiko is easily one of the harder extra stage bosses. Mainly because I didn't use Sak A or Reimu B. And I'm not that great at using Reimu A. So it was rough. And then I did New A, which wouldn't have been bad if I used Sanai B or Reimu A like a normal person, but no, I had to use Reimu B. And that was a pain. And I did 10 Desires, Phantasm, and EOSD extra, all of which I didn't think were that bad. I used like the worst shot type for EOSD. I used Reimu A for that extra stage. Reiko is kind of annoying. She's very RNG heavy compared to a lot of the others. I still like the fight. It's honestly one of my favorite fights, and probably has one of my favorite extra boss themes. But there's definitely some things in there that I'm not a huge fan of. Mainly, what was it called? Let me look it up real quick. There's one... Well, first there's the Midboss spell card Jirori World, which is stupid. And then there's alternate sticking, which is also stupid. And then there's the survival, and I had no idea how to do the last phase of the survival. EOSD, I used Reimu A, which Cranberry Trap is really annoying with Reimu A, because all the homing shots just don't hit Flandre. And then I did Glowing Orbs are beyond stupid. They can be, yeah. And then I did SA, and SA was the first extra stage. Not the first. It was technically the third. But this was the hardest extra stage up to that point. And it kicked my butt. Survival is static. You just need a route. Yeah, that's what I thought. But the first two parts of it, I'm totally okay with. That last part where Reiko herself starts shooting out those like blue squigglies or whatever, I had no idea how to do it. If I went back and I learned it, I could probably easily do it. For the most part. It seems, even though it's static, it still seems to be one of the harder survival spells. SA was your first EXNB. That's the weird thing about SA's extra. I feel like for a first time clear, it's super ridiculous. But so much of it is memo that when you go back to it, it is like a million times easier. Genetics of the Subconscious I haven't went back to though. I hate that spell card. I almost timed it out in my clear. And then after I did SA's extra stage, I did PC98 extra stages all in one day. I did 5, 4, and 2. 2 took me more than one day of attempts. 4 and 5 I did in like an hour each. Those extra stages are not hard at all. 2's extra stage, I never want to touch again. I hated it. And then there was Lol K's extra stage, which took me like 11 hours of attempts. Genetics is the hardest spell. It definitely is, in my experience. Most of the other stuff I could do, the things that messed me up the most were genetics. The one I can never say, Rorschach in Danmaku, which is kind of like genetics if she stood still. The second part of the survival, I'm really bad at. I know how it all works, and I know it's generally static. Maybe completely. I don't know if the bullet waves are always in the same spot at the same time. But I'm just really bad at being able to navigate left to right on that one. And then there's the part of her final, Subterranean Rose. The one where, like, the rose chain, I'm gonna call it, is, like, really long. That's the part I'm the worst at that one. Every other phase of Subterranean Rose is not that bad. That one oh, I'm prone to getting hit on. Yeah, Lol K's extra stage took me like 10 hours. At some point, I decided to try it with Ryzen, and I did it first try. No, but after putting in so much time trying to beat it with Reimu, I still stuck with it. Oh, and I eventually did it. And then I got to do hard 1cc stuff, which for the most part was fine until SA, which kicked my butt a few times, and then I said, I'm gonna try I'm gonna try this. I saw some people make like this cool chart or whatever on like, I don't know, probably Google Forms. And it's basically just a thing where it's like, what did you beat with each shot type in each game and whatnot. It's like a, I don't know, it's like a fill out the spots of what you've done. And I've been doing that. I literally like just made it like the other day. And it really made me realize how little I have done in some of these games. Like SA. I never bothered finishing Lol K Extra because back then practice tools weren't as accessible. Yeah, I spent like 10 hours on it, and then eventually I just decided I'm gonna use TH-Prac. And I did it like 2 or 3 tries afterwards. I never learned Lunatic Impact. I knew that I could make it past Lunatic Impact, and I just needed to do everything else. I didn't feel like learning it. Keeping track of your achievements. It is. And then if I do like a no bomb or NNN or whatever, which I've only done once. PCB Extra was my first time. I'll just like put in like white text. Using my chart. I have it charted for most games. I even have a section for Unconnected Marketeers for when that comes out in like, I don't know, a little under a month. And some of these are super empty. I didn't put all the solo... Some of the things I didn't do was... Some of the games I don't have is the first one. I don't have a highly responsive to prayers thing. Because I'm not sure if I'm willing to go back to that. I don't have one for the Phantasmagoria games. No real reason. I'll probably make a section for those eventually when I decide to go back to it. But I barely even played Phantasmagoria of Dim Dream. I beat it once, and then I said, I want to play Lotus Lane Story. And I moved on in like less than 20 minutes. Some of these are nice and full, like PCB. PCB's filling up. IN is pretty filled up. But I also don't have any of the solo shot types, and if I had those, it would be a lot emptier. Mount of Faith, I've done a normal 1cc with all characters. And then there's SA, where I beat the game with Reimu A on normal. I did the extra stage, and I haven't touched the game since. Well, aside from hard 1cc attempts, but I'm waiting on that. I did a 10 Desires normal 1cc with every character except Sanai. Using Yomu was an experience. And Lol K is the only game where I have a character who has beaten the extra stage, but not done a 1cc of. Because I didn't do a 1cc with Ryzen. I did it with Reimu, because I hate myself, I guess. I didn't feel like using a way better character. One thing I really want to do is, I'm a really big fan of the extra stages. I want to try to do, at the very least, the thing I want to do the most is beat every extra stage with every character, every shot type. It's sort of interesting, because with some games, it hardly changes. Like, the funny thing, especially if you're doing no bomb, like the funny thing about Lol K's extra stage is if you can do it with like Reimu, you can do it with the other 3 no problem probably. Marisa might be a bit of a pain, With Sanai and Ryzen, it's the same thing, just a bit easier. Because Ryzen's piercing shot can go through the moons on Lunatic Impact, and that's lovely. And then there's some, like, DDC. Whew, Ian is gonna take a while. Oh yeah. At least Moko's not hard. Like, out of every extra stage, she's like one of the easiest ones. So doing that with every shot type is mostly just gonna be it's mostly just gonna take time rather than be difficult. Because I don't think it'll change that much between shot types. Like Alice, solo Alice is garbage, but it's not like it's gonna be too much of an issue most of the time. EOSD I already did with the worst shot type for that one. At least to my knowledge. Marisa A and Reimu B are absolutely better than Reimu A for that. And Marisa B probably also is. I don't see why she wouldn't be. Story of Eastern Wonderland. I don't know if I want to touch that extra stage again. I probably will. Just later. Mystic Square. Mystic Square was an interesting extra stage. I originally was going to do it with Reimu, because that's what I usually use. And that's what I did it with first. But then I decided to 1cc with Mima, because Mima I just knew was like the best shot type for that game. I did it with her, because the thing was, the boss itself, it doesn't make much of a difference with who you use. Like, it's not that hard of a boss. The problem is the stage leading up to Alice is really annoying with most shot types, because a lot of the enemies are tanky. And Mima just has what you need for that stage. Alright, let's... done enough talking. Let's keep going. By the time I did the NNN of the stage, Marisa A, I didn't actually have this... I didn't actually have Marisa B 1cc'd, so I had to do that. And what I learned is that I do not like Marisa B. Like, maybe it's just for the 1cc, but... I don't know, something never clicked. Alright, I got it. I'm like not doing my normal route. Now, there's some extra stages which will be hard because the shot type itself is just bad. Sometimes it's because it'll be bad at the stage. And sometimes it'll be bad because of the boss itself. Like Mountain of Faith, Reimu A is the best for that stage. The stage portion itself. For Suiko though, she's fine. It's still a really good homing shot. I've had very mixed opinions on piercing shots because sometimes they just aren't good. Come on, what am I doing? But sometimes you have Alice in IN who pierces, but piercing is awful, especially for a yokai character. Like piercing with the human character would be so much better, as you can take down familiars much easier. This piercing Marisa. Piercing Marisa was nice. Never been huge on piercing. Sometimes it's fine, sometimes it isn't. And then Ryzen in LoL K had piercing. And piercing is really nice in that game. Sagame is just absolutely destroyed. And it is so much fun to do. I had to keep the spare shift hit familiar with piercing. I learned about it. They call it malice cannon. I'm really bad at it, and it's also tiring. Destroys Kane. It's tiring to me, but at the same time, I played POFV for like an entire day once. And so I'm used to having to spam a button. Although spamming shift is significantly harder for me than spamming the shoot button. Piercing Marisa just doesn't have the damage I want her to in this game. Whatever, just give me points. Master Q, that's why you don't play Reimu A in DDC. Yeah, I realized, like, that's how you have to play Reimu A in DDC. And I am no good at it. I don't know which shot type I'd want to use, though. Because Reimu B sucks. I never want to even think about touching Marisa A or Sak B. Sak A is just... she's too much for me. Like, she's really good, but that slowdown effect is, it's too broken, in my opinion. It also made switching to Reimu A lot more of a pain. Because essentially everything I was so used to with the bosses was just different. Like all the patterns were, it was practically like playing a different game. Marisa B is the most fun for no bomb. Yeah, that's what I think. That's what I think I'll go. Because out of anyone in that game, she's like the most standard. Because you have the two really, like, I mean, for no bomb. Marisa B with bombs is hilarious. Like, you have Marisa A and Sak B, which are some of the worst shot types in all the games. You have Reimu A and Sak A, which are some of the best shot types. And then you have Marisa B, which with bombs is broken. Without bombs. Oh yeah, Reimu B. I keep forgetting Reimu B. Also, I have no idea why I was standing up there. Yeah, that's my problem with Reimu B. Her damage is garbage. I didn't like Reimu A at first, and so I almost did a 1cc with Reimu B. But her damage was just eh. I didn't like it. I'm gonna have to go with stupid hitbox shenanigans. Oh yeah. That one. That survival is so... Oh. That was one of the reasons why I just didn't like DDC for a long time. I cannot I didn't like Shinmyo Maru's fight in general. That survival did not help in the slightest. Like, I know you can essentially route it. Not essentially, you just can. And it's not the worst thing if you do. But I just couldn't do it. I couldn't do it when I played. It smells shit. It is. I hate it so much. First time I encountered it, I was really confused because I didn't realize it was survival spell at first. And I was so confused why I just wasn't doing any damage. I like DDC. My favorite part about it is the extra stage. The main game, I had a lot of problems with. There's a lot of stuff I'm not too keen on. Like, whether you're fighting Yatsuhashi or Benben, they're both really... I don't even know how to describe their attacks. Some of their attacks just feel like vomit. Whoops. Seija is Seija. He's fun once you you know all the dumb stuff. Yeah, it probably is, but I don't yet. Vomit couldn't have said it better. I know you can like. Oh, I know because I've been watching someone do some stuff. If you're playing a B shot type, you can apparently misdirect it. Took a while to love it. Yeah, DDC is one of those games that I'm still waiting on truly enjoying it. Same with LOL K, which that just might not happen. I don't know. I have a lot of problems with that game. Which else? Yeah, mainly DDC and LOL K. I'm not as huge on UFO as some people are, but I still like it a lot. But I know that UFO tends to be like a very big favorite among high-level players. There are definitely, and UFO is also like a very much the opposite of a favorite among lower tier no, I don't want to say lower tier, but just like less skilled players. As I've seen a lot of people who are doing like normal or even hard not be a fan of UFO. I really like UFO. My only problem with it is just a thing. Oh, you gotta go. See ya. Have a good one. Yeah. I hope to see you around again. it's going the wrong way. UFO is an interesting game. I definitely enjoyed it. Extra stage with Sak A or Reimu B, not as fun. Oh, I'm so used to it going the other way. I feel like that fired early. Not too keen on that. Oh, I didn't realize she moved. Safe spot? Come on. Oh, so far so good. Yeah, I don't like this shot type. It's gross. Alright, whatever. It doesn't have the damage I want it to have. I don't like the spell card with the shot type. Alright, I'm probably just gonna bomb Soaring Bisha Mountain. What am I doing? I really just rammed myself right into that. Man. I do not like this stage of Sak A at all. Yeah, I think I'll pass on their own first. Mm. Hi, thank you for the raid. Phantasm dressed up as Winston. Yeah, I'm getting ready to do a Phantasm no miss, no bomb, no border break eventually. This is like my practice, trying to figure out what I need to do, what I need to practice on, what I need to get right, what'll become a problem later on. Routing a fan game titled Ephemeral Unnatural Balance, showing off STV loop. Nice. That spell card seems to be fun. I don't think I've heard of that fan game. What's it like? finished my EXNN? I did. Now I'm starting to move on to Phantasm. And so far, the Phantasm is looking really nice. Looking a lot more consistent. Because now, I don't have to deal with Siege. Because Yukari's version of Siege is much nicer. Pretty good. Incident basically inverted the power levels against Sokus. Neither Reimu nor Marisa can solve it this time, so other characters said. That's interesting. Oh yeah. Phantasm as well is double butterfly, but its version of Siege is nicer. Yeah, that's what I was thinking, because what is it? You know, like before it was Siege, unilateral contact could be bad, but it wasn't usually. Double Black Death Butterfly is definitely... It's definitely going to be hard, but I think it's going to be less irritating than Siege. Oh, the lasers appear a lot faster. Oh, wow. Yeah, that's... Alrighty. I didn't realize that. Gonna have to keep that in mind. Doesn't really make it any harder. It's, well, it kind of does. Might make it last a bit longer. Butterfly is hard to fair. Siege really is just obnoxious. Sometimes it's so free. Other times it's absolutely terrible. And I was using Marisa A, who's like the best shot type for Siege because of how much damage she does. Like lower power shot types make Siege last longer, which means more of a chance to just get bodied. Yeah, Double Black Death, holy crap. Yeah, Marisa A destroys Double Black Death Butterfly. That was fast. Yeah, that's the main thing. Double Black Death Butterfly is definitely going to be hard. Like, on that time I did it, but I know there's going to be at least one run that gets there and I die to it. It's a lot... Yukari's Double Black Death Butterfly is a lot more tolerable than the one Satori uses. Satori's Double Black Death Butterfly is... Ugh. It's terrible. This spell card was really confusing the first time I did it. Because Ron's version, Chen, is really easy. Then this one has like an 8. Marisa just destroys that. I never know how I want to do this. I don't know if I want to stay near the bottom or near the middle. Because unlike Shen, Ron like aims towards you. And that makes this a lot harder. And then you have the gauntlet. This is where a lot of my runs are gonna be lost. Actually, probably not the survival. The last part of the survival feels easier. I feel like the things that are shot out at you at the end are a lot less prone to feeling cramped. Whoops. Bottom. PCB also has the Discord mode gimmick. When activated, enemy attacks get more difficult, but your DPS increases, and if you last long enough, you can get resources. Yeah, that's neat. Oh, whoops, I don't want to do this spell card again. I don't know how well this gauntlet's gonna go. I'm very used to Ron's survival, which is generally the same, except I think, in my experience, I don't know if I've just been getting lucky, but the end of the survival and Yukari's end feels a lot more safer. This part is way worse because of just how fast it moves. I'm gonna need to remember. I'm gonna have to memorize a whole new thing to it as well because it moves in different directions. Does it move left and up? I don't remember. Bullet faster and moving is different. Yep. Yeah, the survival's gonna have the opposite problem I had with Ron's. Ron's, it was the very final part where he like cramped in the center. This one's everything else. I mean, once I get it down, memorize it, and get consistent at it, it won't be as much of an issue, as it is mostly just memo. But it is still going to be a lot harder. Especially when I make dumb mistakes like that. Something I'll also have to practice is the bullet spawners at the end of the stage, because I never actually... When I first beat this stage, I never really understood what I had to do at the end. Nice thing for this part is like I don't have to move all the way up. I'm already moved, so I can just bottom hug the lasers. There's this part, and I feel like it's... I don't know, I feel like this part is easier. Maybe I just get lucky, but... I feel like the... Oh, I was dead. But I feel like at the end, they just... Yeah, they just mostly stop actually getting into the area you're trapped in. This routing train. Which parts of Doom Stage can be reliably in Discord? Singing along. That's neat. I might check that out at some point. Sounds interesting. Now, sadly, Yukari's version of this is not like Siege, where it's easier and more consistent. Nah, it's still garbage. Unless... Safe spot? Nope. Yeah, I don't like this spell. Safe spot? It even has like one last phase. I can't even hit the card. Discord will let you post memes. Or that you'll kind of see. Ooh, rage. No. This is literally just a very slightly worse version of Ron's. And I don't like that. I never lost run to Ron's final. And now it's Yukari's penultimate. And yeah. I mean, at least, it'll still be over once I'm done with it, because Arcanum is 100% static. I'm pretty sure it is. I can do the exact same thing every time and win. So long as I don't get, like, nervous or whatever and mess that up, I'll be fine. This one seems to be a lot nicer with the safe spot, as I find it way more often. Sak A makes kind of joke. Yeah, because you don't have to stay under her, and it's so much nicer. But Sak A also has their own problems. Like the last Midboss card is awful with her. At least I don't like it at all. And the Spiriting Away is also really annoying with Sak A. I don't know if there's a better route for this. It's mainly this part that I'm not sure if I'm doing a very good route. Like that specific section. I don't know if there's a better way I can do it. But everything else, it's pretty solid. I'm so scared that I'm gonna get a run all the way to that last part and I'm gonna mess it up. I'm scared of that. Non-spell. This thing I never... Are Yukari's and Ron's non-spells different at all? Because they feel generally the same. I think some are like a bit more compact, but for the most part, they feel identical. I tried to look stuff up on it, and then Google told me we couldn't find any search results. Did you mean? And then it like changed the words in my question. So I don't know. Midboss non-spell 1. It's just a slightly more annoying version of Chen's. Yeah, stage portion. Stage. I want to get the bullet spawner down. The first set is just runs. The original. Yukari's nons are just faster versions generally. Alright, that's fine. I doubt it'll be that much of an issue. The non-spells were never hard, they were just scary. But now there's a lot less pressure on me for them. Because normally it would be like, after Siege, you'd get some of the harder non-spells. And I'm not ready for stuff like that after Siege. Alright, that's all you... Oh, I thought there wasn't any more. I mean, a lot of the non-spells won't be an issue. The main ones I'm worried about are... which number would it be? Alright, that part's easy. It's literally just moving left and right. I guess I might as well just want to at least do a no bomb today. So I guess I should just throw myself at the stage a few times, see what the stage as a whole is like. Because while the stage is harder, some parts, honestly, the faster bullets help me out. And sometimes it's barely harder. And sometimes I realize that I can't go grab items. Because everything's too fast. Yeah, a lot of the non-spells that are a problem are generally the ones that were... Well, it used to be Siege, but... the stuff after that... Man, everything's backwards! I hate it! Alright, I'm gonna actually practice each stage section, because I'm so used to the extra stage! And Phantasm just makes everything backwards. I do not want to be at full power. Oh boy. Wait, can I just use my mouse? Yeah, good. Yeah, 29. 29 sounds fine. Alright, this time, yeah. Stay on the right. That doesn't seem too bad. Oh, let me guess. I'm doing this backwards. Oh, no. We're fine. Ugh. I don't like it that they're getting one shot in. This section honestly feels like it'll be easier. Faster bullets honestly helps. And it's large bullets. And wrong. Sak A also makes this non-spell super easy. Sak A does a lot of things right, and then she does a lot of things wrong. Practice the Meek part? Meek? I'm trying to think of... Oh, never mind. I know what section you're talking about. Yeah, I'll probably do that. I'm just gonna keep going with whatever this is, and then I'll practice it. You know, that spell card takes a lot longer with Ron, but it feels a lot more consistent, mainly because of the way I'm doing it now. I think I prefer the faster bullets there. What parts don't I like about Sak A? It's generally when you have to be. It's mainly for the extra stage. Like for the normal, for the normal game, it's fine. But for these extra stage, there's a lot of stuff I'm not a fan of. Like, I mentioned it, but... Oh yeah, this section. I'll actually just... spell card... The second spell card that the Midboss has really sucks. And... Spiriting Away, I also really don't like about Sak A. And her damage is nice, mainly because of the fact that it's like everything's homing in on the enemy. But if you can stay under the enemy well enough, then it's fine. Then there's other shot types that are better. So I'm not trash talking Sak A. She's definitely like the easiest and probably best. She's the easiest good shot type to use. But when she struggles on something, she really struggles. But when she does good on something, she really does good on it. Would it be second half 2? I am going to put on full power. Fair, yeah. Yeah, I did a Sak A run of the extra. And that was basically the problems I had. Those two, like, everything else went really well for the most part, but those two spell cards are absolutely terrible. I can really see this part screwing me over a lot more than it used to. Now this part's really nice as either Sak A or Reimu A, because you just kill everything. Maybe it'd be better to start on the right. That seems to be where a lot of the enemies are ending up. Maybe I take out you and then move on over. Oh man. Oh, this section's terrible. I'm sorry for trash talking your stage, Yukari. This is... Oh boy. I'm really gonna need to get this part down. The last thing I want is to get, like, right to the end of the stage and just lose it all constantly. Scarier than PDH. Definitely right about calling it the Meek section. It only gives off the same feeling. Alright. I'm just gonna... get to just... No, he's getting a bombless attempt. So this stage definitely has its ups and downs compared to Ron's version. I did it again. I definitely don't think I'm gonna have an easy time with this. But I still do feel that I'll be able to get it down a lot more consistently than Ron. Oh, why did they get that one shot in? And it's double green. What's nice about doing no miss attempts is the fact that I don't have to care about getting lives. I don't have to risk my life for points. Well, whatever. This is just bombless. I'm not trying to do a no-miss right off the bat. Well, that could have gone better. I'm gonna do some no reset. See how well that goes. I prefer the faster blue arrowheads on this one because it makes the dodging so that I don't get like rammed by either mid-boss. Make it so that getting hit by them is a lot less imminent, I'd say. I don't think it'll happen because the bullets move faster, so the gaps, I feel, they leave me sooner. I don't know. I'm struggling to explain what I mean. Oh. Section's a meme. I'm grazing bullets there, but like, I don't know, it's ones that are like, are moving in the same direction as me, and it's scary. This is one I'm probably gonna need to figure out a route for. So I mostly just wing it. This attack's scary. There's a lot to take in. One thing I don't understand about this attack are the lasers. I honestly forgot they were here, and I don't know what causes them. Oh, what am I doing? I'm not playing too hot right now. Spell card is normally easier, but I got hit by a laser and then I overestimated my iframes. Oh, cool. I think I prefer to do this one in the center. Like, bottom works, but I don't know. Yeah, I prefer doing that center. So it's upright. Just bottom hug. Yeah, they just start not actually aiming in the, like, circle I'm stuck in, and it's just really easy. This fight is hard to me right now, purely based on the fact that I am so used to Ron. I can't handle change. Safe spot? Ayo. I feel like the safe spot is way more apparent in Yukari's version. I don't know what causes that, because aside from there being a last phase, it doesn't feel any different. Alright, now just don't mess this up when I have a no bomb. Cap it even, I don't care. Here. I ended up writing down, like, my route just to keep it in my head. And it just says, like, left wall, mid right, left mid, left mid. Oh, whoops. Just don't mess up the last spin. Please. Alright, we're good. that was a run, alright. Should try. It definitely seems difficult, but it's hardly ridiculous. Last time had one miss that Meek part. Oh, yeah, that part seems like a really big annoyance. Oops, skip that. Six misses. I captured a lot of the spell cards. It was mainly the stage, I think. I kind of want to look that over. Like, what went wrong? What went right? What can I do? What can't I do? What dumb mistakes did I make? Ugh. Seems killing these things before they actually shoot is really hard. Back in the old days, didn't have TH Prac. Oh man. I can't imagine. The most I did without TH Prac was just beating the extra stages. But I'm not about to just give up on it. It's very useful, and there's no reason not to use it. I had a border break here, I think. Yeah. That was a pretty dumb death. Something that is annoying me about TH Prac, though, is that my spell card history tends to not change. Like, if it doesn't feel like it, it just won't... Numbers won't go... Phantasm run ended off on like the exact same resources I had when I first cleared it. No lives. Well, technically I had more bombs last time because I was playing Reimu. But I died at the last section. Yeah, this section blows. I'm gonna need to... I kind of want to figure out a route to make that as the least miserable it can be. So I had a dumb death on the first spell card. I had a death on that section. Which I'm doing post on. All these aim feats. I can't POC. Yeah, POCing is so hard in this stage. Sometimes. Because you'll go for it and then you'll just get like sniped. So yeah, border break on non, mid non. Mid spell 1, had a dumb death. It should happen. Died to the eternal meek fairies. Now my Yukari fight, that went well. Well-ish. For having died twice on the stage leading up to her, I did pretty well. At least when... It's a replay. Yeah, this is my replay. I'm just looking it over. So non-spells are about as much of a problem as they used to be. Nothing big, but... still something. I don't understand how this is the harder version of Banquet of 12 Mineral Gods, because they feel completely different. I love instant dodges, but despise precise routed dodging. It gives no room for error. Yeah, I have mixed feelings on it too. I'm fine with something that I might have to route, but if I have to route it in such a way where if a slight mistake can cause an issue, then that's a bit annoying. I died here. This spell's a lot harder than Ron's. There's a lot to... I mentioned it while playing, but there's just a lot to take note of. You have 2 waves of bullets coming at you. You have all the lasers. Maybe I shouldn't stand, like, halfway up the screen. I'm fine with dodging. That's just like a lot of just stuff coming at me, but sometimes it's too much for me. Like Eternal Meek, I don't like that spell card. Play a backup from perfecting Sawako. Time it stalls. Yeah, Sawako has a lot of routing. You have Iron Ring. You have the first survival mainly. The second one isn't a route. It's pretty random for the most part. Well, it's semi-random. Sewer War is random. Hawaii 4 isn't. But yeah, I died twice on Xanadu, which is funny because that's probably not. That shouldn't be an issue, but I don't know how the laser works. I plan on doing a perfect of every extra stage boss eventually, but there's some I am way more willing to do than others. Use logic to win. Yeah. At least Sawako isn't hard for the most part. Like I never really had issues with her when trying to just beat the game. All things considered, this was a pretty solid no-bomb run. Like, there were definitely some problems. But, like, the latter half of the fight, which is what I should be worried about the most, went really well. Yeah, for the most part. I'm scared of doing perfects of some extra stage bosses, despite thinking they're easy. Like Miko. I don't think Moko's hard. But if I want to do a perfect, it means having to deal with her final non, having to deal with Phoenix Tail, which is just... it's just random. It's literally... it's just Starbow Break. I don't like Starbow Break. Oh yeah, Fujiyama Volcano. At least it's mostly a route. Like, I still can't do... I can do it decently well. There's a lot of routing for Moko. And then if I want to technically do a perfect, at the end of it all, I have to do imperishable shooting. Which is extremely consistent when you get it down. Kind of like Yukari's final Arcanum. But it's still real hard to NN. Yeah, that's what I'm thinking. Despite being an easy boss to just clear, I think doing an NN is hard. Reiko is nice. I don't trust myself to do Reiko. Not yet. I'm really bad at that fight. Mamizo has Tanuki School. Yeah, Mamizo's one I want to do soon. Oh god. The Reimu spell card is terrible. You know, Mamizo, for the most part, I don't know. That one's I want to do. That's one I want to do like next or something. But there's definitely a lot of stuff I can see being a big issue. Like Nue sucks. Okina is easier to perfect than Saki. When I first beat Saki, I thought that was easier because the thing with Okina is if you're doing all the restrictions, you can't use spell releases, and that really puts a damper on things. It might still be easy. There's just some cards I don't know how to do. And if you're not using Reimu, then the fight's a lot harder. It's still not a hard extra though. Nue has timeout. It's the least routable, yeah. Saki is one I also want to do kind of soon. Because the hardest part about that one just seems like not grabbing tokens. Like the fight itself, Saki has some spell cards that are kind of dumb. But for the most part, she seems to be one of the more tolerable ones. The stage itself, the stage leading up to her, and Kutaka, I mean, that's not hard. Kutaka is like one of the easiest mid-bosses. And then there's Acacia, who I don't even want to think about. And Raikou is Reimu A, and Okina have a lot of speed kill strats, and that's what you like. Oh yeah, speed kill stuff. Reimu A and DDC. I'm really bad at that. There's definitely some stuff that could work though. Absolutely. Because the thing about Raikou is you can very easily shotgun. Like, getting up in her face is super easy for a lot of her spell cards because she just lets you do it. Like, 3 Strikes at Midnight, Tenko Rocket, alternate sticking. There's just several. Same with the mid-boss. 3 Strikes at Midnight was impossible and some simple strat. Yeah, I learned that strat by myself, surprisingly. I was surprised to actually figure it out. If 3 Strikes at Midnight is a thing you look at and you question how anyone is supposed to do it, and then you figure out how to do it, and it is like the easiest spell card she has. Well, another thing is, Raikou is one of few extra bosses that actually has non-spells that are pretty intimidating, at least for me. Like, a lot of extra bosses have pretty unremarkable stuff. If it doesn't want, it doesn't want. Which one is 3 Strikes? That's the one with the 3 drums that are like just spraying yellow bullets in like a cycle. It's the 3rd one, yeah. I'm trying to remember. I struggle to remember some of Raikou's spell cards for whatever reason. I remember Den Daiko just because I thought the name was funny. Oh yeah, 1st and 2nd spell cards. First one just sometimes it's nice, sometimes it isn't. 2nd spell cards, I don't know. Sometimes 2nd spell card's weird. I don't think it's hard. I don't think it's easy. I wouldn't really tag a difficulty to it. It's just hard to focus on. Land Percuss is the one that everyone hates because of the screen shaking. But it rarely actually causes an issue for me. Den Daiko, alternate sticking is dumb. Tenko Rocket, Thunder God's Anger. Makes a ring pop and loading screen. Yeah, sometimes Land Percuss really just wants you dead. After I do Phantasm, I'm gonna go back to doing hard 1CCs. And then I'm gonna do... Which extra stage do I want to do in NNN next? Probably Mamizo. I really like that fight. We'll probably do that one next. Koishi's one I know I can do. I'm just not sure if I'm ready to do it. I might try one of the PC98 ones eventually too. Mainly Lotus Land Stories extra stage. Because Mystic Square's extra stage is pretty unremarkable to me. It's fine, but I wasn't a huge fan of it. Kyogen. Is that the one where Okina's just like moving around on the bottom of the screen? Nah. Oh yeah, this, I just looked it up. Performers unattached to society. The spin one. Why am I struggling to figure that one out? Is that her final? No. Why am I dumb? Maybe she moves left and right. Bonds, autonomous performance. Yeah, that one I don't like. Translation's very, I just looked it up. I typically just have like a few tabs open on the spell card names. So on the wiki it's called Performers Unattached to Society. That's the one where she's moving around on the bottom. Again. Oh, there we go. Oh yeah, that one! I hate that spell card. I don't even, like, even as a Reimu shot type, or just as Reimu, I mean, even as Reimu I couldn't stand it. Because the second it, like, turns around, I can't do it. This extra stage is weird. That's what I have to say about Okina's stage. It's just weird. And then there's her survival. Okina's survival is hilarious. I think I want to do the NN before I start doing stuff with the actual remaining characters. So I'm just gonna do... I'm just gonna move on to this. So I'm trying to remember what exactly happened. So I die. Timeout is like you die to it. Yeah, sometimes you die to it in a dumb way, but it's still when I first did the stage, I got there once. I think. I got there once or twice. I don't remember. I think I had an attempt that got to it, and then I like died super fast or something. I don't know. I think I remember trying to take advantage of the glitch where you can kill her during the timeout. And then my second time through it, I captured it. And then there's her final, which I don't like. It's just hard to do damage to her. A lot of the timeout spells are silly. A lot of them aren't hard. Some of them still require routing, and so the first time you go into it, it's interesting. A lot of my clears on extra stages are like, I have some level, I have like history up to a certain point, and then like for like a lot of them, I just said like 2 times. What am I doing? For a lot of them, I would get to the survival at least, and then that would be the winning attempt. And so I'd be going into both the survival and the final totally blind, and it rarely goes well, but I still win. I usually win with like no lives and bombs, but I still win. Like, I actually had to practice for Moko. I got to Moko's survival and I got bodied. I think I made it past, then I died to Horai Doll. I think that's her final. That killed me. And I'm ashamed of it, because it's like the easiest extra stage final spell. First time I got to the survival on Flandre, I won. First time I got to the final on Moko. Well, no, I didn't. Moko is still rough. First time I got to the final on both Ron and Yukari, I won. Suiko. Suiko, the first time I got to the first survival, I won. I think at least. Suiko took me a whole 4 tries to beat. I bombed way too much, and I didn't even understand how to do some of the spell cards. Still did it in like 4 tries. Koishi sucked. I got to Subterranean Rose 4 times, and only one of those was a winning attempt. I was in shambles. Nue was like, I made it to survival twice. First time I died because when you don't know really how to do it, it's just a very confusing looking spell card. Then you realize it's a lot simpler than it seems. Although, the main problem with Nue was never... I beat the final first try at least. I came into it with a life. My problem with Nue was never the survival or final. No, it always had to be all the stupid UFO spell cards she has. I hate them all. If I ever go back to do that one... Well, I will eventually. But when I go back to do that one, no miss, no bomb, no UFO summon, I'm playing Sak B, and I'm living the dream. She's main abilities to play with my patience. I got to that survivals, like, I know where I've memorized how the roses all move on the survival and whatnot. I still can't do it. Genetics of the subconscious. Ew. And sometimes I just make dumb mistakes. The first spell card of Koishi, I did not understand what I was looking at for the longest time. I didn't realize the lasers were static because I had watched someone attempt that stage, and the first thing they said when it was 2 people, and one of them went into the first spell, and the other one said, "Do you remember how to misdirect this?" And I didn't realize that they weren't talking about misdirecting the lasers. And so I was baffled for the longest time on how to do that spell card. I also didn't use TH Prac. I didn't use TH Prac until Acacia, like 10 hours in. That was after making it to the final, like, once or twice. I am so good at most of the things in that fight, though. Why am I messing this up? Like, aside from Junko non-spells, Lunatic Impact, and being consistent at the blue non-spells is a joke. Aside from those things, I could do everything in that fight. The stage itself, I could do everything too, except for that very last enemy that I just can't do. Which was really annoying, because I learned that if you do that last enemy without bombing, you get a free bomb. So instead of going into the boss with 4 bombs, I went in with 2. And that's annoying. I think I was just always staying up too high. I'm so used to having to stay up high on this one. Like, this one doesn't crush you like Charming Siege. Like, I can stay at the bottom and relax. Although I still don't know what's going on with all those lasers. Yeah, I really died to this twice. Kuishi took me the second longest out of any extra boss. Like, I remember I'd like pop off with each one, but for a lot of them, it was like, hey, I did it. For Raiko, Nue, Koishi, and Acacia, or Katia, I always don't know how to say it. There was a lot more of like a victory screech. Not really, not a screech, but like a victory cry. Because those ones really just took me to the ringer. And most of it was my fault. Like, I could have used Sak A for Raiko. I could have used Ryzen for Katia. I could have used Sanai B for Nue. And I chose against all of that. And I had no reason to, aside from my own hubris. And I don't regret it, but at the same time, it was my fault. It was my fault. Those really ruined me. Hey, Nature, what's up? Wow, I just ran right into that. Until extra stages, I was never used to something really taking a lot of tries. Like, outside of practice, a lot of my 1cc's were done really quickly. Aside from Lol-K Legacy. Oof. That one was rough. But aside from that, which I had already done most of the extra stages by then, so it didn't really count. Like, UFO, normal, 1cc, and SA, I put in a lot of practice, but SA was done first try outside of that. And UFO took me like 3. Two of which died to Yakurin. And for a while, extra stages didn't even put up too much of a fight because I was choosing all the easy ones. I did Moko and then Suwako, and I was chilling. And then I eventually did Raiko, and everything was shattered. Yeah, alright. I died to this twice on my bombless run. I don't know what caused that. It is so much nicer than Siege. It doesn't crush you against the bottom. It's not overly cluttered. It doesn't like shift awkwardly. It's just clean. Butterfly Bewitching is easy. I'm gonna try some double black coat butterfly. On the plus side, though, I was already used to... I'm used to doing certain things that take me just a really long time of just sort of like trial and error in one way and also just getting more skilled. So I didn't have a problem with doing it. Except Niue. Niue is blue and red. Which version do I prefer? Do you mean extra versus Phantasm or specific spell card? Oh, Yukari versus Satori? God, Yukari's version is so much better. Satori's is absolutely terrible. Satori's is just like... It's this, but it moves faster, and so it's just like a constant barrage. Like, these will start moving up, and the next wave has already started by now. Like this, they're launching back, and the next one has started. I've captured, not on Lunatic, but because I haven't played SA on Lunatic, but I managed to capture double Black Death Butterfly on hard mode. And that's harder than what I'm experiencing in Phantasm. And then there's Satori's other two spells that are copied from Yukari. But the thing about them is the fact that they're not copied from her Phantasm fight. They're copied from, like, I don't know, shoot the bullet. Like, I know Border of Wave and Particle is not from this fight. And then there's the other one, which I forget the name of. I used to really hate Ron's version of this, Unilateral Contact, when I first played. And it can still be a bit annoying because of the fact that bullets will go off screen on the bottom and then they'll just curve right back up. And that can really screw you over sometimes. Sak A really just is super good for these stages. I guess I'll practice on this one. I mean, to me, this spell card's just luck for the most part. Sometimes I do some stuff that is because I played well. Other times it's I found the safe spot or I don't know how I won. But man, do I sure love these safe spots. I feel like it's just a lot easier to find. If it wasn't for the safe spot, I would be way less willing to do do this and the last one. That safe spot is what makes it tolerable. Otherwise, it's just me hoping. I was scared practicing this would take a while to really just understand what I have to do. But it only took me like a few tries before I started doing it consistently. Yeah, this spell card is kind of cool once you get it down, mostly because it's super consistent. But when you're doing your first clear, it's just dumb. Luckily, once you practice it, it's not hard. But when you're just doing extra stage, Phantasm stage attempts, you just kinda, you weren't ready for it. Alright, I think I can give this another attempt. Still gonna end up practicing more later down the line, but... Wait, no, I do not want to use that shot type. I don't know what's with Reimu B in this game, but I can't stand her. I don't like her damage at all. And I don't think the piercing helps. Like, she's fine, but at the same time, I'd much rather just use A, who has superior damage and spread. Start 0 power. Yeah, it's especially bad in... For me, it's especially bad in SA and USD, because USD doesn't give you the luxury of the POC, and SA is just really stingy with its power during the extra stage. At least for me it is. Another game it's a pain in, but it's one of the PC98 ones, is Story of Eastern Wonderland, where getting to full power itself in the stage, getting to full power itself is a problem. Because you're just constantly struggling to kill anything, unless you use double shot. Or whatever it's called. Rapid shot. I don't know. When you spam the fire key and it just does what you want it to. You spam the fire key and it just shoots faster. Apparently some people... I might switch emulators when I go to do PC98 again. Because apparently DOSBox X has a PC98 thing. And it works way better than what I'm using. It also has an auto fire thing. Alright, do I do this section? Probably not. That's gonna be annoying once my PB gets up and I start getting a lot more stingy with my deaths and mistakes. Getting to like right at the end of the stage only to have to just reset. Oh man. So far, aside from this attack and the Meek fairies, the stage is looking to be a lot more consistent than Ron's, which is what I like to see. Alright, yeah, that one you definitely don't want to be too high up. Like, I'm more confident in doing this one. It's funny because it's supposed to be harder. But at the same time, Zun's idea of harder and easier a lot of the time is bullet go fast equals hard, bullet go slow equals easy, which has been very much shown to be not true sometimes. Like in Mountain of Faith, where Kaneko's last two spell cards are just harder on easy than normal. That was close. The random spread of bullets is a lot more of an issue on this one than Ron's. I don't like that I ended up ending that one near the top. Down probably. I don't like that the lasers come, appear on this one faster than Ron's. I don't like that the lasers come, appear on this one faster than Ron's. I don't like that the lasers come, appear on this one faster than Ron's. I don't like that the lasers come, appear on this one faster than Ron's. I don't like that the lasers come, appear on this one faster than Ron's. I don't like that the lasers come, appear on this one faster than Ron's. I don't like that the lasers come, appear on this one faster than Ron's. I don't like that the lasers come, appear on this one faster than Ron's. I don't like that the lasers come, appear on this one faster than Ron's. I don't like that the lasers come, appear on this one faster than Ron's. I don't like that the lasers come, appear on this one faster than Ron's. I don't like that the lasers come, appear on this one faster than Ron's. I don't like that the lasers come, appear on this one faster than Ron's. I don't like that the lasers come, appear on this one faster than Ron's. I don't like that the lasers come, appear on this one faster than Ron's. I don't like that the lasers come, appear on this one fa My, like, speed kill strat gone. Oh, it still works. It's just harder. Alright. DB. Ah, I got cornered. I used to be more comfortable doing that one at the bottom, but now I prefer to do it in the center. I don't know why. Maybe it's because of a different shot type. Why did I just stand there? I really thought I was safe for no reason. I've been doing damage. I looked away. Alright, I'm playing bad. Oh, why does she have the bubbles underneath her? Why is she moving around? No, I don't. Alright. It's still a dumb spell. That was going pretty well. And then it didn't. I'm gonna give this a few more attempts. lot more confident in this one than I am in Run. There's still some sections. Did the internet die for a second? Did something happen? Transmission was over. Huh. Weird. Maybe my internet died or something for a bit. This non-spell's a lot more annoying. Oh, jeez. Have I played any of the fighting games? I tried Immaterial and Missing Power, and that's been it so far. I'm interested in trying out the others. I just haven't got to it. I tried Immaterial and Missing Power, and I just stood there and took it. I didn't have a controller that worked for it, so originally I had to play on keyboard, and I couldn't do it. And then I got a controller that I could play with it, and I learned that I am really bad at it. I'm probably gonna go back to it eventually, but for now, I'm just kind of focusing on the shmups. I might just play on easy mode too, because I have proven to myself that I'm not good enough to play on normal. I haven't really played much of the spin-offs. I played Immaterial and Missing Power. And I've played a bit of Shoot the Bullet. And I also played ISC. Dang it. This spell card's annoying. Probably just doing it in a rather poor way, but that wasn't even paying attention there. Only played Impossible Spell card. I never actually beat Impossible Spell card. I got to like the last set of things. The last few days or whatever. And I haven't beaten all of them, as I just couldn't do it. I did like some of the earlier ones. No item. But for the most part I did use items. Just ran right into that. I got to the one where Tenshi is there, and she shoots out this giant laser that when it touches like the wall or whatever, it'll spray out a bunch of bullets. And I couldn't do that. Got to the last day, but I couldn't capture anything. I tried to capture some stuff there. Couldn't do most of it. I did like one or two. I could do the, I think Suika's in the last day, I believe. And I could do Suika's spell cards. Those weren't hard for me. I tried to use the doll for it. I didn't give it too many attempts, but I did give it. God, I did use some. I did have some amount of attempts. Suika's not on the last day. Oh, never mind. I think I captured like one thing on the last day. Everything else kicked my butt. Actually, I'm not sure if I captured everything before the last day, rather I just got to the last day. Yeah, I don't remember. Is Byakuren on the last day? Because I don't remember capturing anything of hers. I'm pretty sure I did Suika's spell cards with no items. Those weren't hard at all. For being so late in the game. She is on the last day? Yeah, I didn't capture any of those. The fact that I can't beat that one where she decides to help you if you beat her. Violet Detector, I know nothing about that. That's Violet Detector and Double Spoiler, I know nothing about. All I know is that you can play as Tatate in Double Spoiler, and you can play as Sumireko and Violet Detector. And that is where my knowledge ends. Just gonna come out first, 17.5 or 18. Well, it's either gonna be at the same time or 18's coming first. Oh my god, this section is terrible. I played the demo for 17.5. It was pretty cool. I mostly just button mash, but and it worked. And for the most part, I never actually beat the demo. Well, definitely 18. Yeah, I'm pretty sure they're either gonna be released at the same time, or 17.5 is getting pushed back again. I'm pretty excited for Unconnected Marketeers. For a fact that the balancing in the demo is going to get reworked. Which is going to be good, because there's some stuff in there. Shop glitch getting patched. Which it already actually has been in the demo. I'm just interested in for what it'll really do. 18 was interesting. I do hope shot balancing is spread. Yeah, Reimu and Unconnected Marketeers is garbage. Like, if Reimu isn't made good in the full version, I'm probably just gonna end up playing Marisa or Sanai. Someone actually found the, or like, someone like, yeah, they found the damage values for each of the shots. And as expected, but it was also still surprising, both Sak A and Reimu have absolutely garbage damage. Yeah, they're good cards. Yeah. One thing that bothered me about the demo was the amount of health bosses had and whatnot. If you didn't have the wolf card, everything was a lot harder and took forever. Sak is giving me. It's Sak B from Perfect Cherry Blossom, but bad. She's just a scoring shot type, essentially, because of her bomb. But her damage from PCB was extremely nerfed. I like the sort of roguelike thing Unconnected Marketeers is going for it. It'll make repeat playthroughs interesting with what you'll be able to get. I tried getting all the trophies or achievements or whatever in the demo, and the only one I didn't get was the no miss of Lunatic. PCB, the knives can only go in 2 directions. Yeah, now when you like move down and up, it like concentrates or focuses, and then it can also spread out, and I don't like that. And because I'm a fiend for extra stages, I'm very interested in what the extra stage will be like. Sak A from 14 again. Sak A from 14 is so silly. You're playing a whole different game when you use her. That was close. Got trapped. Probably not best to be directly at the bottom for this one. Probably the best Saki. Saki has always been very consistently like good. Unless you count Scarlet Team as not Sakia, and you count solo Sakia from my end, and she was bad. But both Sakia A and B, well, usually there's always one outlier for Sakia. As on one hand, you have DDC Sakia A, you have just both PCB Sakias, and on the other hand, you have DDC Sakia B and solo Sakia and IN. Similar thing with Sanai too, except Sanai's been consistently good. She was the worst in 10 Desires, but she still wasn't bad. I tried to do the shift spam thing with Reimu A and DDC. I was never good at it. Somehow. I could just never get it to do the damage oh my god. I'm a lot more prone to running into her than I was with Ron. Sanai's the worst in TD. Kinda, yeah. Marisa has really good damage. Yomu's hard to use, but she's also really good. And Reimu's very solid. And then that type of Reimu got like hella nerfed in DDC and LOL-K. Sanai just never had that great of damage in 10 Desires. The thing she had going for her was how fast she could fill up Trance. But that was it. And if you're not playing with Trance, if you're going for like a challenge run, then she's a lot worse. But she's not like terrible. The most bullied shot type. Yomu Wolf. Yeah, Yomu Wolf sounds really good. And then there's Yomu Eagle, where I've heard it gives an extra slash. Wow. I've heard from what I know of Yomu Eagle, her charge shot damage was made worse than it was supposed to be. So she's like arguably worse than Otter if you're playing no bombs. Yomu's hard to use in 10 Desires, but she's still really solid. Marisa's just a good Marisa shot in 10 Desires, and Reimu is just solid. Because she's bad. No bomb, no trance. Yeah, because she is. Her main gimmick is Extra Boss, probably one of the weakest. Yeah. Yeah, Sanai ain't that great in 10 Desires, especially... Well, she's okay with bombs. And with trances, she's pretty good, but without it, she's easily the worst shot type. Saki spell cards and use. Oh yeah, muscle explosion is stupid. That's my main. That's what made Saki hard for me to clear. And what'll just make it an annoying NNN. Because every once in a while she just has an attack that's just a bad RNG you die spell. Safe spot. Let's go. Triangle chase is easy. Oh yeah, I used Reimu Wolf for that. And if you know how to do triangle chase, you can make it like the biggest non-issue. Yeah, TD extra with Sanai, that sounds annoying. If you can use trance as well, it doesn't seem like it would be too bad, but it's still hard. Oh god, right, deserted island. It's getting late, so bye. See you later. Have a good one. The hardest, I messed around with spell practice on Mamizo, and what I found annoying was her final. Oh god, Yomu versus Mamizo's final is annoying. I heard someone say that I can capture some. Lucky, I can't. my winning run has like no captures in it. I captured more Nue spells than Mamizo spells. I messed around with the final. Hit them with the birds come from both sides. That's good. Oh yeah, it's great that she has good DPS with that. So that was easily a much better clear. How many misses was that? I don't remember. I had 3 lives, so 2? 2 miss? Right? I got 4 lives. I think that was 3 miss. Or whatever. Yeah, 3 miss. I don't think I border broke, though. I captured it. Did I capture? No, I missed one spell card. Birds or dogs? Yeah, birds come from both sides. Which one is that? Because I know Wild Deserted Island has birds on one and then the dogs on the other. Then you have the several one. Birds usually come from above. And then there's the final where they aim at you. My biggest problem with Mamizo is her final. Because I remember I've read that people say her final is like one of the easiest final spells out of any of the extra stages. And I don't know what they're talking about. Trying to capture that spell card is it takes forever, and it's so hard to do damage, especially near the end. Yeah, Wild Desert Island, that one's rough. It's very good at like making you panic because of how close things get. My biggest one was Tanuki's monstrous school or whatever it is. I'm really bad at that one. It's mostly a route. Actually, it's probably 100% a route. I'm pretty sure it's completely consistent, but I couldn't figure it out. I'm gonna overwrite that. I used to be able to capture that one, and I can't anymore. I messed around a lot one day with spell practice, as I mentioned. I did a lot of extra stuff, the extra state stuff. And the fake, the stupid Miko's false exorcism spell card. With Yomu or Marisa, it's a lot more tolerable, is what I've learned. Reimu and Sanai don't quite have the DPS to make it a lot more consistent. In my experience, at least. Mainly Marisa. Marisa's really good at that one. You know, I've been streaming for 3.5 hours. I think I'm done with messing around with that stage for now. But, hello, Tashkent. Now that we're talking about 10 Desires, I kind of want to just mess around with that extra stage right now. Tanuki's Monstrous Skull 2, and it is Finding Lands. Let me open up the game. 10 Desires is really weird. Not the game itself, but for some reason, the game's been glitching out on me sometimes, and it'll just randomly pause. And I don't know why. Oh, it's it's crashing. Non-spells aren't that hard. For the most part, I don't find them hard. I feel like sometimes they like to crush you me though. Whatever, just close it. Yeah, let me check out. I've captured almost everything with Reimu while messing around. I didn't do the survival, which the survival isn't that bad. And Monstrous School, I threw myself at that 13 times. Yeah, look at these capture rates past Nue. I was tranced on Nue's second spell card, so it was whatever. Like I had 24 that made it to Nue's first, and only 13 that I decided were good enough to make it past. And only 7 attempts actually made it to Mommy's, though. I captured the first spell card once, the second spell card once, never captured the third, the fourth, the fifth, the sixth, the seventh. I did the overdrive. That was an interesting one. The 8th, the 9th, the 10th. I didn't capture crud. Yeah, I got to Desert Island 3 times, and the one that made it past did finish. I think I did this one in 2 tries after spending 44 with Marisa, 14 with Yomu. Yomu took as much try as Sanai, but the issue was, what is it? Yomu's attempts with Yomu's just take forever. You hate Nue's second spell card? I do too. That's why I just tranced it. Like, I just get there, I try it for a bit, I transfer resources, and to just skip it. I only captured this one 3 times, which is funny because I don't find Nue's third hard at all. The first is just annoying. This one isn't too bad. This one's easy. It shouldn't be hard. It doesn't stop me from messing it up constantly. This one's not too bad either. I'm still garbage at it. I had better luck when I did a random Marisa attempt. Yeah, I captured pseudo exorcism first try with Marisa. I was outside of a run though. Aside from that, I did one attempt and it made it to Deserted Island, where it failed because that spell card's dumb. I captured a lot more stuff though. I kinda wanna just give this some random attempts. Oh, yeah, you can skip Nue's dialogue for some reason. Like no other extra stage mid boss will let you do that, I think. No trance, dude, yeah. Oh, I don't know what you're talking about. I got a trance right here. 8 out of 113 on Nue's second spell card in practice. Yikes. Alright, you know what? I'm banning it all over the place. I was much better at getting trance with Reimu in this stage. Bad with Marisa. I hate that they just never want to go on the side I want them to. Whatever, just gonna bomb. Shot type isn't better than Reimu when not shotgunning and bombing. Yeah, basically. Oh my god. Food farm chances in time? Yeah, I'm just sad the bomb. Oh, what am I doing? Just do a really good mommy, so that's all. I want to play Yomu. 12 and 11. I like them, but yeah, they kicked my butt. Only one you have one season on normal. 11, 12, and 15 are definitely the hardest normal 1CCs. Especially 15. 15 was really hard for me. 11 took me a lot of practice, and so did 12. I did them semi-fast, I guess, if you could call it that. Man. Clown Piece. Clown Piece is awful. Apparently there are like easy ways to do, or an easy way to do her second spell card, Flash and Stripe. And I've done it. And you don't capture it. But I would say it's easier than, you know, doing it normally. The only game where another game's boss. Oh yeah, because Yuko shows up. Well, actually, no, not. When it comes to bosses, yes. When it comes to mid-bosses, no, because Sanai does show up in SA as the extra stage mid-boss. Yuko, yeah, as an actual boss, then yeah, Yuko's the only one. But for mid bosses, there's Kogaso, which shows up in 10 Desires, but then there's also Sanai, who shows up in SA Extra. I don't know how to use Yona. Lotus Land Stories, the one that has you fighting Marisa or Reimu. Alright, you know, I don't think I'm ready to do this one. Well, it's pretty Marisa counts more because she also shows up as a boss in Story of Eastern Wonderland. And then the same thing in IN happens. That happens in Lotus Land Story, where depending on who you play on, you either fight Reimu or Marisa. Yeah. Maybe I'll just be messing around in his eyes. I'm gonna do it once you see. I'm gonna now. Just a normal though. I haven't done one with Sanai, so why not? I don't really have a route for when to use trances. I just have an idea of when. So I'm not really sure what I'm doing. I always play too risky sometimes, for no reason. I'm not trying to take a death on stage 1, especially in 10 Desires, where I don't have the game routed well enough. And the game itself, even when routed well, doesn't give you that many lives. It gives you a lot of bombs, though. So nice. There she is. boss grazing on Miko's fun. Seems like it. I've been seeing more scoring runs and whatnot recently. And it's definitely been interesting to see some of that stuff. Just how drastically some games can change. Usually trance here. Yeah, I was just waiting until like the spell card or whatever. Yeah, I wish I was. I wish I had a route. I almost always get hit by this one because I don't expect it to be such a large, I don't know, echo radius, echo circle. Oh, this damage. it's something. This really is a stage 3 mid-boss pattern. Maybe I should have saved Trance until after Kogasa. Oh, it's time for the best spell cards in the game. I don't even know how to capture half of her spell cards. They're just dumb. Why didn't I just trance instead? Great big glitch is happening. The game will just like randomly pause on me sometimes. I don't know what causes it, but it's annoying. You know, maybe I've been too harsh on Sana. It's kind of nice. I can picture this fight just being a blast with Sana. honestly had no idea you could actually take out, I forgot her name. The zombie. During the non-spells. But when I did a Yomu run, it was practically unavoidable. I always take a dumb death on this stage. Usually to these, like, spirits. I wish I had more to say. I'm just kind of playing. That's all that's going on. I hate this spell card so much. I can't do it. Usually, at least. I can't. Close. I was trying to say words there. Nothing came out. I meant to say I came close. know how well this will go. I'm not good at her non-spells. Spell cards I'm okay at. Oh. Come on, game. Damn it. I don't know how to do this attack. Oh, are you kidding me? I'm dumb. I ran right into her. I'm just gonna... That was a train wreck of a fight. Whatever. I was never good at Miko. Alrighty, that was a run. I wouldn't call it good. Alright. I've been streaming for 4.5 hours. I think I'm done for today. I had my fun messing around with TD. I'm gonna either tomorrow or Tuesday, I'm gonna get back to doing Phantasm, which it's been going well. Speed up the demos. I mean, full-on attempts have been going well, but overall, I'm not really scared of all that much. Like, it's basically just the fairies at the end of the stage, and then it's just, can I play well, really? Can I do double Black Death Butterfly? Can I do Border of Life and Death? Can I do whatever it's called? The one with the lasers and the bullet. I don't know. I don't know how to describe it. Can I do all of those well? There's a lot less RNG aside from her penultimate. It's all just, can I play well? No more garbage siege. No more other crap. The end of the survival is a lot more tolerable. And it's just, can I play well? And can I get past the penultimate? And can I get past the fairies at the end of the stage? Aside from that, it's fine. It's whatever. I can do it. I don't see it taking too long. At the very least, I want to do that, and then I want to go back to I want to go back to SA. I want to get the hard one CC on that. I want to do at least those two things before Unconnected Marketeers comes out. Because the second that comes out, I'm dropping whatever I was originally playing. And I'm going to do extra stage, normal, hard, whatever, that game. I'm going to be getting all the cards, doing all the stuffs. So until then, like I said, I don't know if I'm gonna stream tomorrow or not. Maybe. I don't really have anything better to do. I'm gonna head out. So to anyone watching, thank you for showing up. I hope you show up again. I hope you come back. And have a good one. Bye-bye.